Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors, as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers, as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Jesus, please forgive me. God, I wish for a good day. I pray for a good day. And I pray to get back on track here with my schedule. And I pray to really put in some good work today. Jesus, and I pray to put in some good work. Let's put in some good work today. Thank you. All right. So here is where we are. Huge dilemma. Again, supposed to wake up at 4 today. I could not sleep until, what is it? Couldn't sleep until much later. I was up at like midnight. I was up at midnight today. Can't do that. I cannot do that. No. All right, let's go. Let's get to work here. Let's look at the charts from yesterday before we do anything else. Oh, would you look at that? Haven't let your light shine down, baby. Yeah, but you're missing one thing though. Yes, the point of control. There you go. That's the point of control. Right, so those would be your lines. Could be your lines. Right. You're probably not going to trade that. This is 102 days of data. Probably also not going to take that same approach either. All right. Right, think mean reversion. If you took it that way, yeah, you're thinking mean reversion. And if you traded it like this, you're thinking one candle in the box. And then what would you see here? You see a completely different story. You would see a completely different story. This is outside of the box, but that's also still the entire idea behind the zones on the 4 hour. So look at that. You still got it matched up basically. And you still have interaction here. Look at all these touch points. You have 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's also why you have the other one too. That's why you got the other one too. Touch point here. This needs to be in black. Touch point here, 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 here. Right? That's the whole thing behind the zones. That's the whole idea behind all of these zones. And there was enough volume to break out of this box right here. Right. And just think you're going back to the point of control. Back to the point of control. So everything always goes back to the point of control until it reaches into a new box. Until it ranges in a new box, then you go back to the point of control. That's what you're always trying to think here. And your job is to trade within these So if my job were to trade here, the major time frame trend, what's my job here? Wait for volume. Volume. Yeah, but either way, to make it worth your time, you would have to trade back to the point of control. That takes time. So in that regard, then still, regardless, it's still in your best interest to trade kind of like a swing trade, basically, because you're just waiting. You're basically just waiting. Right. And then this is where you would technically be thinking, hey, let's fill this. Let's fill this right here. Yep. Oh, those are the extremes. Right. Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? So there is always interaction at those points. Yeah, an idea came to me like, hey man, trade more horizontal now. And just think you're always trading back to the point of control, or you're trading from one range to another. You're outside of the point of control here. There's green. This is bullish. We should see hypothesis. Obviously, we have here higher, high, higher, low. Okay. So we know our trend direction. Very simple. This is very, very simple. This is the most recent. Right over here. Right, you broke out of that. Now, if you take that high now, and we say, oh, we break down below, well, now we know we're back in a range. Otherwise, we should come back down here, test this area, and then come back up. So let me write that as a note. Yeah, and if I was trading that, I'd trade it back up to here. And, same process. We're actually beyond that, actually. Right, let's see here. This to technically then be the zone. It should be this. And it's all looking at it just the same way, but just a little bit differently. That's all that is. It's looking at it the same way, but just slightly different. Obviously, I don't want to fight this. So what do I need? I need to make sure I'm trading with this. And we definitely broke beyond this trend with a very strong signal with green volume. We should be seeing this go up. And we should see ourselves. Yep, but you got this right here. Yeah, you got to think about that. Do we break beyond the high, close, and then go back up? Or do we, fail once again, come back? Because then otherwise we're going to come right back down. We're going to mean revert back down into here. And we might fill, prices in here. Beyond the high. Beyond the high. Okay, that's my chart for today. Let's see what happens here. But let's go into Notion now. Yeah, that's embarrassment. I'm asking someone for help. That's right. Putting it out there. All right, let's go back to the work here for today. Right, I know that this is where I'll find my work. My save point right here. Right. That's 4 days ago, bro. Right. All right, let's take that break. start a walk. All right, let's get this working. Timer. Set the timer, Gabriel. Let's work. All right, where did we leave off here? Okay, we have the brand Compass. Fuck. Okay, let's download this. Actually, no, we don't download this because it's going to be too much of a mess. All right, we're continuing today's deep work session with a brand compass template. We need to finish this up because this is taking too long to finish this. Period. Now that I'm back to doing deep work again, and I can focus for at least the next 2 weeks, we need to finish this up today. And this is our only work today. Period. What you're going to do for me is you're going to look at this section. Okay, because this section is basically for the input of the human. And it's basically a series of prompts for the human to fill out on what they want their brand to be. And what we need is sort of like a like an analysis output and a gate to where basically Notion AI or any other tool, AI tool, basically tells them what okay, because this is a section of their branding is sort of like an analysis output in it. Do for me is you're going to look at this section. This section is basically for the input of the human. my notes here. Okay. 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 All right, cool. Comma. So now I need you to basically give me an overall audit of that section, because we have 3 distinct sections. And I'm wondering if the 3rd section should be replaced with an analysis prompt from the agent, where the agent looks at questions 1 and 2, and then instead of the user filling out section 3, and looks through the person's layer 1 database rows, comma, when it takes each row and it looks at all of the little raw pieces, is there an actual match? And there's their congruence, was what the person is saying, basically. Is there congruence here? Question mark. Or do we just leave section 3 as it is and let the user fill it out on their own? Question mark, but that could take a lot of time. ... I don't know if that makes sense. Period. Please evaluate and audit and grade that entire section out of 100% first as a whole, and then tell me, like, if we should actually have a layer 3, section 3, layer 1 snapshot section, or if that should be replaced with an agent prompt, where the agent basically has to take the components of layer 1 and sections 1 and 2 of this fill out, and then determines alignment. Or do we save that for later on in the template? Period. Here's the entire template. do the work, Gabe. Please just do the fucking work. Just do the work. That's it. That's it. Okay, now there's even more confusion because if you're saying that section 3 of the human input section is agent review, comma, then what's the prompt? Question mark. Like, are we expecting a human to do 2 prompt runs and instruct the agent to do 2 prompt runs when we already have a prompt in section A? Question mark. Why not just take out section 3 from the blue call-out block, leave it human only, and then use this section 3 to be in section C with the micro prompts, where the agent gives us the full analysis? Question mark. Otherwise, I think we would need a micro prompt of instructions to tell the agent exactly what to do. Thoughts on that? Question mark. Just do the work, Gabriel. Okay, let's take a little detour here. Period. Answer me this, colon. When it comes to creating a brand template, compass template, comma, what's the goal? Question mark. This wasn't included in this specific chat message, but in another chat message, we talked about something else, which I deleted. So I want to test to see if you're full of shit or you're guiding me in the right direction so we don't waste time here, period. So tell me, what's the purpose of a brand compass template? Kind of like how we're setting it up. But using your own knowledge from the industry and from marketing and from personal brand building. The purpose of a brand compass should clarify who we are to help. Who are we here to help? What transformation are we known for? Why should people trust us? In what direction should all content or first point toward? In practical terms, the brand compass becomes the source of truth. Mission, audience, CTA, etc. The deeper reason without a brand compass feels equally valid. All of these may belong. Sit under a clear bar. This tells you it's content, direction, or is it noise? Creator truth. Audience needed repeatable transformation. Content proof offer path. Right. Creator truth. Audience need repeatable transformation. Content proof offer path. The brand compass aligns all of it. For your system specifically, your brand compass should answer: what is the umbrella that allows Gabriel to talk about inner work, systems, purpose, content, proof of work, AI trading, right? This is why we keep, right? That's compass level. Okay. Right, okay. Brand compass is your brand decision filter. It should easy to decide what to post, what not to post, who you're talking to. Best one sentence definition. Brand compass. Truth. Document turns your creator's mission. Okay. Period. Could we also say too that the purpose of the brand compass template is not only internally facing so that the person knows what they're about and what they're creating and what direction they're trying to go in, but also the outward facing stuff needs to be reflective of that inward facing information. So for example, let's say if someone has, let's use me as the example. And I've got all my internal stuff that I'm talking about here, helping people with their purpose, right? And that's my true north, comma. Section C, would that be a section for basically the outward facing stuff? Question mark. Because remember, this is for the brand operating system and we already have the 3 layers. And layer 3 is where we have the principles of Gary Vaynerchuk's work. Gary V's work, where we have an understanding of the cohorts, comma, the PAC, comma, the SOC production hub, DB, etc. So that by the time we get down to actually creating content, we know who that content is for. And we know who we're trying to speak to with that content. So my question is, do we need all the prompts in section C? Or do we just need like a rough outline to guide us? Question mark. And also when it comes to the description tags and all these things, comma, how would we articulate that messaging to the outer world? Question mark. So the way that I see it is that the compass has to have alignment between us and what's true to us, the person that's actually creating the personal brand and creating content, with also the outer world understanding and being a vibrational match so that we're on the same page, period. So that there's no confusion, period. Does that make sense? Question mark. So when I think about the outer stuff, I think about the content. I think about the YouTube thumbnail text. I think about the branding. I think about the YouTube description. I think about who are we here to serve. I think about all those little things that need to be there so that someone can easily see someone's profile or YouTube channel or website, and then within 10 seconds, they understand, period. And again, we're going for effortless simplicity where it's so simple to understand someone's brand that they will get it in one sentence, period. Not a whole mess of fuck, but one simple sentence, period. Am I wrong about this though? And this is what the brand compass, template should be able to help us define, so that way we can copy and paste YouTube channel banner text, YouTube description, X description, X banner, etc., 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 and do that for all the social media and all the front-facing stuff on the website, etc. Question mark. Oh. Cheers. I woke up at like 11:30, couldn't go to sleep until like 2 or 3, and then I slept all the way until like 8. It's because of all the food I ate yesterday and all that sugar with the fruit smoothies. Not good. All right. So here's what we're doing. Man. A brand compass has 2 jobs. Internal alignment answers, who am I? Why does the brand exist? Who do I serve? What transformation do I help create? What am I here to be known for? Okay, fine. This is the inside out layer. It keeps the creator from drifting. Oh, yep. External expression. Okay. Okay. Outward facing brand assets must be a clean reflection of the inward facing truth. Right. So yes, internal truth is greater than external clarity, or even cleaner. Brand compass, inner truth, translated into outer messaging. That's the point. Where section C fits. Section C should not be a giant maze of 20 different prompts. Exactly. Agent logic that converts internal alignment into external assets. Yes. There we go. That's what we want. That's what we want to really figure out here. That's it. We do not need endless micro prompts unless they serve the exact purpose. Right. Okay, cool. Do you need all current prompts? Right. You don't need the outputs. 10 separate micro prompts. The danger is making the template too complex and turning it into another system you avoid using. Exactly. Section C should have one final generation. Okay, cool. The brand compass should generate. Yes. Okay, cool. Right. And that's what we want. I want my inner stuff for the brand and what I want to be known for to reflect outward, so that the wording, the branding is super clear. It's super dialed in. We attract the right people right from the beginning. That's the whole point of this. Human input, raw notes. Okay. Okay, the brand compass should define the inner truth of the brand and the outer language that makes that truth instantly right. Right. That's it. Okay, so let's go into here. Okay. Brand compass should define the inner truth of the brand and the outer language that makes that truth instantly understandable to strangers. That's key. Right? The goal is not a whole mess of fuck. It's one clear sentence that everything else expands from. Right? Like an overarching mission thing. That's it. That's it. Okay, cool. So now I have to copy all of this back once again and say, okay, fine, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Period. So if this brand hub template and this compass is what we're after to basically achieve the result of having inner clarity and having the external world or the external facing assets, YouTube description, website hero, all that stuff to be mega clear and worded according to our brand. Comma. Then I need your help here to refine section C right now. Period. Look at the entire thing. Template. And let's really distill here. Section C. And you're going to give me the word for word of what to copy and paste over the current section C. Period. And what we have is a PAC linked view database now, where basically the agent has to take every social media site that's listed on that database, and it's going to have to generate the appropriate front-facing text for those platforms. And it has to give the accurate character max limit amount, period. So it has to be able to look at each row and then look at the front-facing assets, properties, and then determine the character limits of each, and then generate the front-facing assets based on the user's raw inputs, period. So please, let's update the section C, and let's really make sure that everything is now refined and locked in. We need to make sure that we have a brand analysis score as the first prompt or the first micro prompt in section C. And then we also need to include the other assets necessary or whatever else is necessary to make sure that the user has everything copied and pasted ready for them to get their brand launched in minutes and not months. Okay, so while it does that, while it's doing that job, what I need to do now, What do I need to do right now? Oh. Go to pack. All right. Okay, I need you to do me a favor now, and I need you to basically research for every single platform possibility here. The front-facing assets that can be added to a person's profile so that the front-facing user has an understanding of what that person's brand is about, period. So for example, if let's say we go to YouTube, what are the key assets like a YouTube channel banner and a YouTube description channel box that the user can fill in information so that anyone else that visits that user's profile can see what that person is about and understand, question mark. And I also need you to do something too where we can have a character limit, period. So for example, YouTube, you can have a channel banner. There's no limit to the characters that you can have on a banner, comma, but we should be having some type of a very clear one sentence description or something like this that the user can insert into their banner image so that way it's clear to anyone that visits their profile what that brand is about, period. For the YouTube description box, I think you have a character limit max of, 500 characters maybe, period. So we need to understand what's the character limit for each social media platform. So I need you to somehow figure out the properties that need to be inserted and the character limits, period. These have to be the front-facing assets that a brand can utilize to basically refine their messaging and make sure that their messaging is super tight for a user that comes onto their profile page and wants to quickly understand what that user brand is about, period. Does that make sense? Question mark. Before you do anything, you're going to repeat back to me what your understanding is and how you're going to go about executing this. And you're going to suggest the properties and you're going to tell me how you're going to fulfill this job. Okay, so while it does that, okay, let's do this over again, period. You're going to tell me exactly what to copy and paste because I don't know exactly what you want me to copy and paste over section C. Period. So I literally just want copy this, colon, and then everything else underneath that. Period. And keep in mind, too, that when we are organizing this section C, everything has to be in the correct order because basically in section D, what needs to happen is we just tell the agent to output everything in that exact order in section D. Period. There should be nothing extra in section D. It should literally just be follow this, print this out in the exact same section as you see it in section C into section D. Period. Also, comma, I want a section that C that basically provides the user with possible content titles based on section 9, content title brainstorm. So I want the agent to come up with that, period. We need to understand the brand clarity score, comma, have very clear mission, comma, very clear objectives, comma, core brand message, comma, content pillars, comma, what this brand is not, comma, platform assets, comma, content title banks, which I think is the same as, from section 9, comma, section 16, brand voice, comma, 17, brand decision rules, comma, 18, final brand lock, comma, section 19, a SNAAP statement that basically, if someone was on the street and asked them what they do, they can say it in one sentence with massive confidence, period. Oh, man. Working, man. Oh, no, I'm invalidated now. Oh, my God. That's terrible. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And until it doesn't matter, you're still going to be obsessed about it, man. That's like, let it go. Just let it go. Just let it go and keep going. Keep working. Keep working. Come on. Keep working. Yeah, I'm not telling anyone to fucking subscribe to my channel. I'm not telling anyone to do any of that shit. You know? Yeah, I don't care. It's not my goal. That is not my goal. None of that is my goal. None of this. None of this is my goal. Just put them to work. That's my goal. It's not my job. Okay, now let's go back over here. Let's go back to the pack. I just want to know what the front-facing assets are. Please keep it simple because we have a brand hub compass, which is going to define what the text is going to be and all that stuff. So keep it inside of this database. Period. Tell me what you're going to do from here. New properties, please. it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Yeah, because anyone can unsubscribe at any time. Anyone can. I say one thing. I say one thing, or I fucking do something, and unsubscribe. So fuck that. I'm not gonna worry about that stuff. What's happening now? Question mark. Why aren't you doing your job? Oh boy. Make it too complicated. Okay, never mind. All right, look, I apologize, but you made that way too complicated, period. It's as simple as just creating one fucking property. And all you have to do is research every single platform's front-facing assets that a user can put up, period. Put it as a rich text property and literally just define what it is and the character limit. How hard is that? Getting agitated here. No, don't show that. Show that you're a real human with real feelings and emotions. Yeah, there's no such thing as that, man. Like, get over that. Get over that. That's a validation thing. That's it. And that's the truth. That's the truth. There we go. That's all we need. Thank you. Very simple. It's very, very simple. Okay. Okay, what I did was that I intentionally pasted the new update on top of the old, period. Version, period. Your task now is to basically ensure look this over and give to me only the most important bullet point sections that should be existing in this section C output. And then underneath that, a sub bullet point explaining why. Remember that our goal is to really lock in the mission, the objectives, the hero text, and all that information that is essential to understanding or helping the user understand what their messaging is so that they can move in that direction. Period. So things like brand clarity score, important, internal compass, just to repeat the mission, the objectives, the audience, the brand umbrella, proof of work, the core brand message, and the external brand messaging. Right, fifth grader explanation, snap statement. The content pillar angles that person could talk about, the content promise, the content title banks is very important too. Like, so different title ideas. What the brand is not, just to make sure it's repeated and clear. The brand voice, comma. Platform asset pack, that should stay. Comma, brand decision rules stays. Comma, the layer 1 alignment scan, that's good. Comma, the final brand lock, good. And yeah, just make sure everything is very clear for what we need, period. Give me just the bullet point outline of what should stay from the old version and the new version so that we're super, super clear. And then with the final approval, then we're gonna make sure we just compress everything. And remember, we don't want any redundancies. We just want straight good output here, because these are prompts that the agent is gonna answer based on those top layers that are internal facing and basically feed us back and mirror back to us what we're saying here. Right. Two. Clarity score. Compass, right? Brand message, brand messaging, okay. 4, okay. Content pillars, 5. Content promise, 6. Content title banks, 7. Okay. The brand is not, brand voice, platform asset pack, brand decision rules, final brand lock, launch checklist, final output rule, old macro. Okay, great. Now what I need you to do for me is here is once again the section C, period. You're going to give me that final copy and paste version, okay, with whatever it is that I need, which means for whatever the agent needs so that the agent can do its job. And each section should be divided with a div block. And we have to have like little instructions in quote blocks. Quote, to basically to separate each section. And what we need here is for the instructions to be super clear, either in section C or in section A, that the agent is going to output everything in the exact order as it appears in section C into section D. Into section D. Period. So please make sure that we have now the new finalized updated section C so I can just completely copy and paste over everything. And yeah, let's make sure that this is clean now, okay? It just doesn't matter, man. None of this matters. And that could even take time too. Please replace each in section C of this brand compass template page with a simple divider line block. And please also change each header section in this section C block. Like for example, number 1 brand clarity score to an H3 block text instead of having it as H2 or H1 period. And then for everything that's underneath each of those numbered lists, section headers in section C only, comma, make sure that it's now H4 basically, period. Please repeat back to me what you're gonna do and what you find from section C right now. It's very silly. All right, just be in a good state. That's it, man. Just be in a really good state. That's it. Doesn't matter. Gotta keep working here, Gabriel. Doesn't matter if people keep popping in. It's all temporary. Okay, now I need you to look at the entire template and tell me if what's in the blue call out block for the human input, you know, the questions and the raw messy notes, and then section A and then section C makes sense. Period. We'll worry about section B last. Period. Again, the idea behind section C is that we have the appropriate output from the internal facing stuff that the user wants to achieve and what they believe their brand to be about. And then in section C, everything gets output for them. Okay, we're doing it. Right. Okay, the core architecture is now correct. Human input, agent execution. Okay, let's take this one thing at a time because you're giving me too much and we need to break this down bit by bit because my attention span is not so strong today. Period. Look at the entire template and then I need you to go and update section A for me only. Period. Tell me exactly what to copy and paste here. You're going to use the previous section A and all the other stuff. From the overall template, and you're going to tell and give instructions for the agent to always do its job. Set and forget, man. Set and forget, set and forget. Yep. And now we're up in trend here. Did we close above this high? Oh, there we go. See, that's the thing you gotta see now. Are you closing above that high? Right? And then you put an alarm there. Price. Nope. I don't want that. I want closes. I want it on the close of the candle. Whatever. All right, prompt, section A. Cool. Okay, now you're going to give me an update to section B based on everything, the entire overall template. Period. Okay. Can you consolidate this more? Question mark. This is not an operating rule thing. This is just literally what is this template about so that the agent. All right, audit section B. Please audit section B and tell me if it is appropriate to have all the text that you said there, period. It should not be a prompt, period. It should be something for the agent to read what that template is about or what that page is supposed to be about to give it supporting context, period. Please make sure to either keep what you already have and just give me an approval like, hey, just keep it, or give me an updated version based on whatever is necessary for the agent to have its appropriate context so that it can do its job without fucking anything up. Okay, now let's get an audit here for each section individually and then as a whole, period. Tell me in a nutshell what this template should do in fifth grader language in bullet points. So anyone can read it and understand it very quickly. All right, that's 4K with the bag. That's pretty good. Feels way lighter now. Okay. So, wow, going way faster now. This template helps someone figure out their brand so clearly that a stranger can understand it fast. This template helps someone figure out their brand so quickly, so clearly that a stranger can understand it fast. Who you are, da-da-da, simple version. This template turns messy brand. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, good. Okay, good. And now I am going to ask you a series of questions, and I want you to just give me checks, emojis, or X emojis to make it very clear. Very clear as to what this accomplishes, period. I have been working on the entire brand operating system, and with Notion AI and ChatGPT, period. The purpose of the brand operating system as a whole is to help someone create front-facing content for their personal brand or their brand that is in line with what they want to be known for, their interests, etc. Period. So the layer one of the brand operating system is to basically catalog all of the person's, I guess, data, like raw data, to basically help them compress and define a message about like what they're interested in, what they want to be known for, and what they can help with, what offers can they actually help someone with, period. And then we move on to the actual So that's all layer one. And layer one captures the idea of like what they want to sell, what their offer is, whatever, period. Then we go to brand, go to layer two, which is the brand layer. And in that brand layer, we have a brand hub database, which lists the person's brand. And then we created this template. This template exists to basically help compress all of the stuff from layer one into a clear front-facing message that the user can then copy and paste to all of their social media platforms so that it's incredibly clear what their brand identity is for and all that stuff. So that way, whenever someone visits their profile page, they maximize on that opportunity to make it super clear in as clear wording as possible so that there's no ambiguity, period. Layer three is where we have the cohorts, comma, the PAC, comma, all the elements required to create content. And then we finally go into the content creation side of things, which is the SOC Production Hub database. So there's three essential layers to the brand operating system. And those are the orders of it, period. And when it comes to this brand compass template, The compass purpose is basically to take everything from layer 1 and help shape and get the person's brand identity very clear, or their compass very clear, so that way they know with their compass what it is that you're trying to achieve, versus spending months trying to figure out what's their brand message or what they're trying to accomplish, or they create content but it doesn't stick because they're wasting their time and they're not speaking to the right audience, period. So this is the whole purpose of this entire template, this entire compass, period. How well do we accomplish that? Understanding and refining that brand message, so that way the person takes their internal stuff that they just cataloged about themselves and their idea and their vision, and then helps them determine and decide, okay, this is the stuff that you need to basically say in order to be congruent with what you're saying you want to do, period. Ay. Break. Does this accomplish the purpose? Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Nope. Yes. Section D. Yep. Okay. And just to confirm, comma, section C is to be filled out by AI, whereas the raw brand fill out input gets filled out by the human. Is this wrong? Question mark. Okay, cool. All right, so we got this now. Now let's go here. Refresh the page. Oh, right. Forgot one thing. Without doing anything for me, period, I need you to look at this entire template for the brand compass template, and I need you to tell me where it makes logical sense to link the view to the PACDB and specifically to highlight the front-facing assets property. Period. What section and exactly where should this go? The entire purpose of the PACDB front-facing profile assets. And the front-facing profile assets plus limits text property is for the purposes of having AI already fill out basically all of the potential social media platforms that exist, and then also defining the bio and all that stuff, period. Okay, so if that's the case, please put in the linked view. Let's do this. Duplicate the view, and let's say let's go here. Let's put that tag up. And now from here, let's go and do this. Okay, good, done. Done, thank you. We got that. It's numbers. It's numbers, that's all it means. Brand compass outputs. Brand compass outputs, linked view from all right, let's see what happens here. I should only put in the asset pack. Okay, that's good. For a PAC row, generate. Okay. All right, now here's where I need your help. Period. We have this platform asset pack, and it basically contains all of these social media sites, period. Basically, we need instructions where what AI is going to do is it's going to look at the front-facing profile assets limits text property, and then the platform. So, for example, Blue Sky could have a character limit of front-facing text of 100 characters or whatever, for example. I need the instructions to where the AI looks at that platform and looks at that text and then basically generates a front-facing asset for that specific platform. Does that make sense? Question mark? And the only thing that's not included is the website and the newsletter stuff. So that should always be there, period. So I don't know if there is something that needs to be, if the wording needs to be completely updated, comma, but please propose to me your best update or patch to this section only, so that the agent looks at the platform and then can give the front-facing profile assets / limits, etc., and gives that front-facing text based on the person's brand in the blue call-out block from earlier in this template period, what would you do here? Keep working. Yeah, that's not who I'm going for. I got to figure out the audience, the cohort. Got to figure out the cohort. You have to get very clear on the cohort, who this is for. Who this is for. You always have to just think who this is for. Who is this for? Who am I trying to reach? That's it. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay, cool. Done. This is the only thing that we should have after that. Good. All right, now we lock that in. Okay. So we have that. Actually, I'm going to put this up here. Okay. Okay, let's do a rollback. How's that possible? Okay. Yeah. That's what I want. To an extent. Okay, let's restore that version. Okay. All right, so that deleted. All right, regardless, let's export this. Once the page duplicates. PDF. Okay, let's get an audit now of the properties. Come on. For the Brand Hub database against the entire template that sits inside of the Brand Hub database, period. I need you to audit the Brand Hub template first and then determine if the properties in the Brand Hub database stay or go and why. Okay, let's get another audit now and grade after the cleanup that I just made out of 100%. Are we good to go here? Question mark. Mm-hmm. Okay. Give instructions to Notion AI on what to do at the property level, and also give little descriptions for each property for Notion to AI to fill out. Read this message from ChatGPT and execute its instructions if you agree. Please give us another audit here and grade out of 100%, period. Notion AI made the changes that you suggested. Please verify that it made those changes accurately. Oh, man. Whew. Okay. All right, that's done. Done. Okay, now we've got this brand hub. Got this brand hub here. I'm just going to give it a quick test here. Okay, now that that's covered, we're actually going to go through the motions and fill out the human-only raw brand fill out. And I want to make sure that Notion AI is able to output a section D very cleanly for me, period. To make this as quick as possible, what I want from you is to basically answer the questions for me based on everything you know about me and everything you can find on me based on your message history, etc. And fill out those questions so I can just copy and paste that over. And I'm also going to give you supporting context here so that you can piece everything together, period. New line, new line. Number one, I believe God or the divine or the universe put me here to help other people with their purpose. And I think at this stage now, because money was such a issue for me, I think or I believe that I'm meant to overcome that challenge of money and poverty and be able to get rich to help other people and give them the financial resources and give them the opportunities that I've been given somehow by the grace of God to be able to do what I'm doing right now. Period. New line, new line. 2 dash. I think the brand serves that deeper calling because if I have this personal brand now and I build up and I set the foundation that this is for people that have a purpose-driven brand and they're here to fulfill their purpose, I want to basically be able to reach out to this audience and say, hey, I'm going to help you and we're going to invest in you and we're going to give you the systems, comma, the emotional support, comma, the capital. Just like I basically have had to piece together myself, period. New line, 3 dash. My main objectives for this brand. I definitely want to grow an audience. That's absolutely a must. I want to have a community of like-minded people so that I don't feel alone and isolated anymore. And I want to work only with people that are really serious about fulfilling their purpose, period. And then later on, after I've built that initial audience and people know what I'm about and like what I stand for, then I want to be able to have like a container or like some type of like a program, the Torchlight program that we've been talking about, where I invest in people's purpose in exchange for royalties and equities in their purpose-based brands and businesses, etc. Period. New line. 4, who do I want to help first? I want to help people that have either quit their purpose because they got discouraged and like they don't know what to do and they need someone to hold their hand because it's intimidating. Or I want to work with people who have gone through a spiritual awakening and are ready to build a purpose-based brand or business of some sort, and they want to shortcut themselves so they get as clear as possible, period, on what they need to do, period. Five, I think this audience is struggling with clarity and feeling emotionally blocked, and they have insecurities, and they have trapped emotions, and they have limiting beliefs. And these are all things that I went through, period. 6 dash. I think this audience deeply wants clarity, comma. They want a group of people that are going through this with them so that they don't feel alone. And I for sure resonate with that, because when I was going through my spiritual awakening in 2017, I felt massively alone until I started a YouTube channel and I started doing what I was doing. And then I realized, oh, I'm not alone. They're out there. It's just I need to connect with that tribe of people first. Period. 7 dash. The result or transformation that I want to help them create, I want them to be super clear. I want them to execute. I want them to do the thing. And I want them to not sabotage and fuck up like I did. Because I think I could have had opportunities where I could have had massive success, which could have changed the trajectory of my life. But because I had these looping thoughts or patterns show up just as I did all the initial legwork, and then I was getting the ball rolling, I stopped, or I left it behind because something happened and it triggered me and it bothered me. And it usually had to do with people. It usually had to do with people and circumstances that were going on in the outer world, where I just said, fuck this, I don't need to do this. And then I left, period. But I don't know how much that's gonna help now, period. Maybe it's an abandonment thing where I'm abandoning people just as we're building that relationship, we're getting it going, and then I'm leaving them or something like this. I don't know. Period. But I basically want them to not go through those struggles and those issues that I went through, period. And I want them to build out their purpose. I want them to be clear in their psychology and in their inner state. And I want them internal state. And I want them to do the thing and build their purpose out, period. What method, process? Number 8, I would say is, I don't know actually, and this is what I need help with, period. Number 9, what do I want to be known for? I want to be known for helping people with their purpose, period. I don't know about necessarily clearing the inner and outer blocks, comma, but I want to be known for being the type of person that helped people fulfill their purpose. So if someone is like, oh man, I want to figure out what my purpose is, or I need cash to do this, I want them to think, come to me, basically. And I want to be able to financially do that and be able to hold that, basically, period. 10 dash. What kind of content should people expect from me? I don't know. I need help with that as well. 11 dash. What is the core message you want to repeat over and over again? I want to repeat over and over again that people have a purpose, and I want them to just know that first and foremost. They are here for a purpose. They have a specific purpose, and I want them to help them fulfill that purpose. And I come from a more logical side. You know, I understand the spiritual components, but I come from a more logical side. And I think Hema comes from more of like the spiritual aspect of it, period. And so I would say that like you need to live your purpose from a good internal state, which requires you to work on yourself as you go about fulfilling your purpose. Because if you just go and take all action like I've done in the past, you burn out, you second guess yourself, you psych yourself out, and then you lose momentum, period. So the best thing to do is to work on yourself and then take action and keep repeating that process, period. 12 dash. I'm not sure why people would trust me. And that's what I also need help with too. 13 dash. The simple offer that I am thinking about is a free workshop, which then explains everything like in 3 days, like a 3-day weekend workshop that I then can say, and hey, I've got this accountability group And this is what we're doing. And we're basically going to work the system. And we're going to figure out and get clarity on our purpose. And we're going to do a long workshop once a week and get massive clarity. And then we're going to have hot seats. We're going to help refine it and get everything going for everyone, period. And we're going to use AI tools to help really expedite that message and really compress the time it takes to build out that brand message, period. 14 dash. People should go and sign up for my newsletter if they want the next step, which is basically going to be the wait list for the next workshop that I have. 15 dash. This brand should never become random motivation or fake content or generic spirituality, and definitely not posting for the sake of posting and just posting whatever the fuck I feel like it. There should be an actual purpose, and it should fit the entire umbrella theme, which is helping other people with their purpose. And I'm documenting my path. I'm documenting what I'm doing. I'm showing the deep work. I'm showing my proof of work. I'm showing my receipts. Period. 16 dash. In one sentence, what a stranger should understand about the brand in 10 seconds or less is that this brand helps purpose-driven personal brands or people clear their blocks, clarify their message, and build life or business around their purpose that's in alignment with their life and who they truly are and their soul and their gifts, etc. 17 dash. If this brand works perfectly over the next 3 to 10 years, it creates a trusted brand, comma, a thriving community, comma, recurring revenue, comma, transformation stories, and a bigger message overall around the fulfillment of your purpose, your dharma, and doing it all from a very good internal state, period. There's a lot of people that are like preaching 12-hour work days and fucking working yourself. And what happens if you just work all the time? Well, then you neglect your loved ones. You neglect your family. You neglect other aspects of your life. And I'm trying to say to them, there's a faster, easier, simpler way if you have the right emotional state and you have the right system and you have a tribe of people all working together where the energy is focused and concentrated on just one thing. 18 dash. The clearest path from where the brand is now to the outcome that I want, it's that it just needs to become known for helping purpose-driven creators with their emotional state, with the systems, and getting clarity on their messaging, and then executing and refining and iterating over time, period. All right, so this is what I have so far. Now, if I think to myself for the raw brand notes, where I'm at with this right now is I'm at a stage where I'm really wondering, like, what's my message here, period. I know that my overarching umbrella is helping people with their purpose, comma, helping people with their dharma, period. And I know that, let's say, for example, we've got sound bowl healer as an example. That's someone's purpose. They're a sound bowl healer, or they speak light language, or, for example, they want to help people build businesses using AI tools. If someone says that their purpose is to help someone build businesses using AI tools, that's another valid example, period. It doesn't matter what the purpose the person's purpose is, because it's all under the umbrella that's what they believe their purpose is, and that's how they're going to help people. And they're going to take their past experiences in life. They're going to take all of these things that matter to them, period.
I already have been posting content on my channel about, documenting my proof of work, documenting my deep work sessions. I live stream my deep work stuff, and I live stream, my thoughts and the beliefs. And so I also want to incorporate that kind of stuff. Like, what is it that someone goes through when they're going through this process of becoming more aware of themselves, becoming more aware of what they stand for, what they want to accomplish in this lifetime, and really thinking more long-term on this, and not basically judging their success or failure based on a week or a month, but looking at like 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, so that they can get the ball rolling and then make those refinements and iterations over time and make sure that they're in alignment with their true north. That's my, goal. And again, like I said, I think my purpose is to help other people with their purpose by investing into their purpose. And I think I would really like that. And I would like to help people that are building purpose business brands or purpose-based personal brands to do that, period. And so, for that umbrella, right now I'm at the stage where I'm just documenting how I'm building my personal brand. And I'm documenting everything that comes along with that, getting the messaging right, going through the insecurities, going through the concerns and like what's going on in my head. And I want to convey that to the user or to the audience that this is what I'm going through. This may not be what everyone is going through, but if they resonate and this is what they're going through too, hey, here's what I learned. And here's what I'm going through, here's what I'm learning, etc. Period. Not positioning myself from an expert, not positioning myself from a place of I'm the guru, period. Because I want them ultimately to understand that the answers are going to come from them, and that's the only place, period. But I'm showing the tools that I use. I'm showing my process. I'm showing who I am. I'm showing and conveying my thoughts. I'm showing everything, the messiness of everything, to get to that point of being super clear and refined and dialed in, period. So, having said all that, I want you to help me really tighten up this section and give this to me here, please, period. Because what I'm going to start with is I'm going to go on to doing like a EFT course, and I say, hey, like, this is one of the tools that I use, and I'm going to tap. And I think the way that I'm going to do this EFT playlist course is I'm going to tap for myself and tap through my own insecurities. And I'm just going to create a little video series of how I go through this process of transformation so that I can show, 30 days from now, here's what that looks like. And I can show the end result. I don't know, period. And then I'm also thinking too of documenting like the trading stuff and like, why am I trading? I'm trading for financial resources. So that way I can focus on providing a service. Or even still, maybe I could even skip all of that and just say, hey, I'm investing in your purpose by creating this container. We create this container, we work together, we build from here. And I show people what I learned about using AI tools and how to interact with AI, because I've been using AI every single day since 2024, around September. So I've been pretty much near every single day working with AI and learning how to write prompts and speak to AI and convey my thoughts, etc. Period. So we need something that is going to really lock all this in and really compress it. Period. So take this following information template and help me fill in everything based on all the template and help me fill in everything from what I just said here and what you know from your memory. Okay, so now we got that, right? So I just spent literally maybe, 30 minutes doing that, right? Done. Break. Okay. Good. And now ChatGPT gave me that. I need you to redo that. God, fuck it. Let's get to number 18. Okay. Copy. So just remember. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, so now we've got this layer right here. This first initial layer is right here. Human only raw brand fill out point. Okay, done. Next. Missing something. Find and locate. I updated the title of the blue call out block that says raw brand fill out with human only raw brand fill out. Period. I need you to go and look inside of section A, comma B, comma C, and replace all instances where raw brand fill out exists with human only raw brand fill out as is correctly worded in the blue call out block, period. Tell me what you're going to do before you actually do it. I'm very aware of the wasps. Last year, they started attacking me towards October, towards the end of September and October. All right, done. And now from here, I'm going to cut this out, update the new changes for the prompt. And yeah, ultimately, it is better to do something like this because then, hey, you know, you don't have to ever do it again. And think about how much better it would be to save all that time and all that headache. Than to have to do this constantly over and over and over again and rechange your brand messaging because you got it wrong the first couple of times. Doesn't make sense. Make the following changes to section B only, period. Section B has an H2 tag for the callout block title, which is B dot about. I want every section header underneath that to be H3, and every subsection underneath that, if necessary, to be H4, period. But for the most part, everything should just be H3. Got to get back on track here. Great. Great. Okay. All right. Good. That's the final update here. Just formatting. Okay, let's close that out, refresh. Okay. Shit. Please audit the prompt in section A and section C, comma. Tell me if it is crystal clear that you're basically going to take the questions and you're going to look at the answers that I have put underneath each of the numbered list questions in the blue human only raw brand fill out call out block alongside the raw brand notes, and you're going to help to define and answer the prompts in section C, so that by the time we get to section D and you generate an output, you have aggregated that information along with what's in layer 1 call out block, which is the databases, and then you give me the final information that I need. Period. How clear is the overall prompt and the overall template for you to execute what I need you to execute? And if not, what changes would you suggest I make? Question mark. Only suggest changes that I would make. Do not do anything here except audit and tell me. And basically, you're going to give a message to ChatGPT so that ChatGPT can review, and then you can both decide and work together as to the final update here. Okay, before we fully run the prompt now, period, what I asked Notion AI to do was to basically look at the template and audit the template and make sure that it's crystal clear that what it's doing is it's taking the content from the raw human input field with all the questions and the messy brand notes. The messy brand notes, and what it's doing is it's using that information along with the layer 1 linked view databases to adequately aggregate and fill out section D by answering the micro prompts and by filling out the micro prompts from section C and generating the output in section D. And this is what it said. This is the template. Do you agree with this or not? Question mark. Do you agree that this is exactly what we need to do to make it crystal clear? Question mark. Give Notion AI your updates as well so that we're both all on the same page here. So that the section D prompt generates what we need from all its previous elements / blocks / content. Please read the following message from ChatGPT and make your updates to the template. Massively faster. Now we just have to make sure that it runs correctly. And then that should be it for today's deep work session, pretty much. Okay, we got the prompt. We've got that, the brand compass output structure. Okay. All right, let's see what it runs here. Okay. I want to take this section now. I want to copy this, delete everything from before. All right, Gabriel the messenger. Gabriel the messenger, the communicator of things. Okay. All right, please audit this page and confirm that if you were to run the prompt in section A, that you would take everything from the blue call out block, the answers to my questions, and the raw messy notes. And then you'd also take the elements from layer 1 and basically do an audit and analysis. And you would fill out, you would answer all the section C prompts and return all those responses in section D, question mark. Are we good to run the prompt here? Question mark. Don't run anything yet. Period. Just tell me if you would do your job. Okay. Now let's just run it. Let's just run it. Okay, let's put it to the test then. Period. Please execute the prompt in section A. And then we got to see where it breaks. And figure that out from here. All right, we're at 8.5K. Let's get to 10. Okay, cool. Okay. Now, let's audit. Okay, I just had Notion AI execute the prompt from section A of this template. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Comma. And what I need you to do for me is I need you to audit the entire template and especially the human input section with all the questions and the brand notes and all that stuff. And I need you to look at the prompt, the about, section C, audit sections A, comma, B, comma, C, and then I need you to look at the output of section D. So basically all the previous sections you're going to audit and you're going to look at section D, and then you're going to tell me how well did Notion AI package section D and how organized was section D according to all the previous information, period. Did it drift or is the analysis score accurate? And did it give the proper front-facing assets that I need and all that information that I need to move forward? Or do we need to debug this question mark? Okay, let's take a look here. Brand score 86 out of 100, ready to test. Okay. Mission and deeper why, right? Help purpose-driven people fulfill their purpose by clearing inner resistance and building out a structure. Help people stop quitting on what they're here to do by getting their emotions and their systems working together. Oh, that's good. I like that. Most people don't fail from lack of desire. They fail from fear, dysregulation, confusion, da 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 da. Oh, shit. Okay, so what I need you to do is I need you to give me patch updates to the template based on what you just said and give those as instructions to Notion AI in a markdown callout block, period. Here's the template. Look over section D and what it output, and then help me give instructions to Notion AI on what to update for the master template so that we can run it one more time, get another comparison audit, and make sure that we're good to go. Okay, before doing anything, you're going to read the instructions from ChatGPT, and before you execute anything, you're going to confirm that you're not going to damage the master template by applying or running any prompts. You're just going to make updates to the patch updates to make small optimizations. Period. Do you understand? Question mark. Okay, let's refresh that. All right, now, what do we have to do here? What do we have to do here now? Now we got to run it again. Refresh the page. Cut. Okay, let's work it again. Period. Execute the prompt in section A of this page. Oh, man. Let's get to 10 kilometers. Sometimes it's hard to get these 10 kilometers. Shit. Sometimes it's hard. You can't form an impression of someone just based on the first 30 seconds. I don't know if that's how that works. Remember that this is universal. This isn't just for me. This isn't a template from just me. A template for just me. Period. This is a template that will be applied to any user. Period. Do the patch updates make sense for the user? Period. It should take all the user's information and aggregate the appropriate output for section D so that everything is aligned. Come on, man. Okay. This is the updated output. Period. I need you to audit this now and tell me if all the stuff from section D was correctly integrated from layer 1, linked views databases, and from the raw human fill out template, period. Did it do its job? in terms of what section D output and the entire template here, period, is this universal enough for any user to use? Question mark. Some obviously my template and my brand operating system is for people that, you know, really want to get their message dialed in and want to, you know, build a purpose-based brand and not waste time, and they want to be very focused, period. Does this accomplish that? Question mark. Let's get to 10 kilometers and then we stop. Yeah. I was asking ChatGPT to run an audit and determine if this template is universal enough so that any user that's trying to fill this out for their brand could really figure this out. And this is what it said. So I need you to audit this brand compass template and tell me exactly what section and where exactly would you insert this into, so that way when you run it, you can model the right language that the user used in their own words, repeated back to them, basically. Let's see how that runs. Okay, I unlocked the page, so now you can insert the updated rule, period. All right, good, done. Let's do one last run. Okay, great. Let's run it again. One more time with this new patch update. Period. Execute the prompt in section A. Okay. So now that brand compass template is locked. Okay, we have brand compass outputs. All right, that's easy. Then we have now okay, cool. All right, good. All right, Notion AI made the patch updates that we talked about. Period. I need you to audit now section D, the generated output from Notion AI. Check every single piece of text there. Make sure that it matches up with the section A. The questions and the answers for the raw brand notes and all that stuff. Period. Use also your history and your memory of me to determine if this is fairly accurate and reflective of me. Period. So section D should basically give me all the stuff that I need to be front facing and to show a user like this is basically what the output of all that work is going to be for you, basically doing some self-discovery, learning what you're about, learning what you care about, what's your long game, etc. Period. How well did Notion AI output that information for me so that way I can generate the text appropriate for the biography inputs for each profile of the social media stuff that I have. Period. Question mark. That should be it. Okay, good. Whatever. That's the starting point. Cool. Cool. Okay, in order to make those updates accurate, what you're going to do is you're going to basically reprint all of section D for me using what we have here so far with what you're saying. Yeah, and then after that, it's just a matter of iterating the thing. That's all it is. Yeah, it's a process of refining it. And the walk. Okay, now let's get another audit here. Period. I'm not looking for any micro tweaks or micro adjustments or whatever. I'm just looking for, is the output of section D truly accurate to everything you know about me so far, and reflective of what is in the human input call out block, human only raw brand fill out information. If I never were to do another brand compass ever again, is this clear enough to guide me? Okay, good. All right, let's record this. What's the piece of content? Created a brand compass template. For today's deep work session, I created a brand compass cut. For today's deep work session, I created and finalized a brand compass template. And what I mean by that is we have now this brand template, which is designed to basically take your input, or my input, and basically generate a series of questions, examples, and an answer for the user. Then we have another section that takes basically raw brand notes and what they want their personal brand to be. And then it outputs a very clean section D, which has been generated with AI. So the way that I did it and the way that I set this up was, if I go all the way to the table of contents, is for the brand operating system that I've created. So I've been working on a brand operating system, which is here. And basically it has three essential layers. The first layer is about the user's interest. The second layer is about the brand kit, brand hub, brand assumptions, and also the voice. How should the brand sound? Because by the time we get to the third layer, what I did was I incorporated principles from Gary Vaynerchuk's day trading attention. And basically what I did was I used that understanding of what is a cohort, and I created a database specifically for cohorts for whoever I'm trying to get my message across to. Then I also have a PAC database, which is platforms and culture, although I think Gary now calls it platform algorithm and culture. And basically the idea behind that is to catalog all the social media websites, their creative units, their discovery surfaces, what's the culture like who's basically on the platform. Okay, so you kind of get an understanding of who's on there and what kind of content you should expect to see from there. And then also the constraints from there. And then also here, most importantly, which I created today, was the front-facing profile assets. And the reason why is because when we get to the third layer, when we get to the actual stage of creating content at scale, the content should not be scattered. The brand message should be focused, because if you have a focused brand message, you're not going to waste your time creating content that no one wants to watch. This is a mistake that I made before in 2012 to 2017. When I created content, I was creating vlog-like videos because I was inspired by Casey Neistat. But I'm not Casey Neistat, and that got me nowhere. I did a few videos, I got discouraged, and then that's it. In 2017 to 2020, I was super targeted to a niche, but then I wasn't happy with that because I was boxed in to that one niche. And the people that originally subscribed when I started to change the content format wasn't in coherence with what they originally subscribed for, so it wasn't a match. And I would ultimately leave that channel too. Now at this stage, I know my umbrella. I know the overall trajectory is to help people fulfill their dharma, fulfill their purpose in life. And the way that I do that is by investing into their purpose, whether it's through emotional principle concepts like EFT tapping or whatever. It's giving them a brand operating system, an actual operating system, a lightweight operating system, not a true operating system, but something where they can follow and work procedures and actually like get real clarity and structure to shape their message, especially as from what I've researched, personal brands. I mean, more and more people are going to come onto these platforms or whatever. And I think that will be like the norm for, building an online business. So got to adapt to it. But either which way, what I did was I created this compass to help me get super clear on my message, because by the time I fill this out, and you can see the questions that I filled out for today. These are a whole bunch of questions. These were the examples. These were the answers. I used ChatGPT, and I basically said, this is kind of what I want to say. ChatGPT gave me the output, so it's more clean. But you can do this on your own. Anyone can write this in on their own. Then over here, when I get to the raw brand notes, I have an example listed from that template, which I created over here. And then I just wrote down, dictated to ChatGPT what I wanted, and then it gave me this. And then we have the prompt that I needed the agent to execute. So Notion AI executed this prompt. Then we have an about section, so that way the agent can understand and have context, because the memory of Notion AI and ChatGPT is not good. It doesn't have long-term memory, so it'll quickly forget, especially if you're doing very in-depth, meaty things like this. But either which way, we now get to section C. We have the brand compass output structure, and the whole purpose of this section is to have micro prompts that the agent follows to then output a section D. And here's what's the cool part now about this compass. Section D is all the front-facing assets that I'm gonna need, that anyone is gonna need to basically put up on their profiles or their YouTube channels or their websites. So it's the front-facing text, it's the front-facing information, and it's the front-facing content that's top of funnel, so that when the user sees you, so when anyone that's from your tribe sees who you are, in 10 seconds or less, they get it. They understand, because you have made the language so easy for them. So easy for them to understand what you're doing that they can now decide, okay, do I want to go subscribe or follow this person or not? Do I want to go and take action, join their newsletter or not? Do I want to take action on their offer or not? It's very clear. They don't have to search. And I think now, especially with AI, you could put out a whole bunch of content, but that doesn't make it good. That doesn't make it good. And I've been running these little tests to see how it outputs. Notion AI and ChatGPT, or any AI for that matter, I don't think it's gonna give you a script in your language unless you put enough context into it. So that's what we did. So the generated output for the brand compass is basically to give you a brand clarity score. You have to understand who you are, what your interests are, what you want to be known for, what you can help people with, what's the outcome that you can absolutely deliver, because we're not in that age where we're trying to be fucking fake and give people something that is not congruent and true to who we are and what we do. If you're in this era, or if you're in the business of like being a solopreneur and you are the business, you are the practice, or you're trying to shape your personal brand so that you do this for the long term. So this is the brand clarity score. And then we have the internal compass, and it pretty much gave me everything that I wanted. What are my objectives for this? Build a trusted media brand, etc. Who's my audience? So it gave me possible cohorts, core problem, core transformation, brand umbrella. And the idea here is we don't want to box ourselves into one specific niche. Great that someone knows you for one specific thing, but then what happens is over time, if you create content in that one direction and then you don't really give yourself enough padding, I should say, or enough context on like who you are, what's going to happen is people that subscribe or people that are interested in your thing, it's only going to be for that thing. It's not going to be you. So if you ever pivot in the future, if let's say something that is in trend right now is not in trend 10 years from now, you're going to have to pivot. Well, are you going to be able to successfully pivot as a personal brand, or do you have to start all over again from scratch? And that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to make sure that this time around, my personal brand reflects an overarching idea, helping people fulfill their purpose. Maybe that's the same thing for you. Maybe you have something different. Fine. Then we move on to the core brand message, external brand messaging. Now, this is where it gets good. The external brand messaging has to be able to quickly tell someone that has never interacted with you, never interacted with your content, what the heck your brand is about. So if you don't know what your brand is about, if you don't know how to articulate that to someone in seconds, gonna lose them, especially with people's attention span these days, from what I've heard, okay? Then we have like content pillars. Content pillars are basically like, think about buckets. Buckets or playlists if you're on YouTube specifically. But buckets basically where you can create content and you put it in that bucket, you put it in that category. So for me, it's inner work. So things like EFT tapping, psychedelics, etc. Another pillar is outer systems. So I'll be documenting all the systems that I built. So I'm building right now at this deep work cycle that I'm in, a brand operating system. And I'm finishing up this deep work cycle in a couple of days. And then why it supports the brand, example, long form topics, short form topics. So it gives me context of like what I can do and where I can play in my brand. Then we have proof of work for me, narrative and meaning, et cetera, et cetera. These are just rough concepts. You can always refine this later, and you can use Notion AI to make the refinements, ChatGPT or any AI tool for that. It doesn't matter, because that's why it's supposed to be universal. It's just prompting the agent to give you the output on what you are, who you are, what you stand for, in a very clear and coherent way that a 5-year-old can understand it, or a 10-year-old, or whoever your audience is can understand it. Then we have content title banks. So it output all these things, potential titles. Don't abandon your purpose. The real reason people quit their, So we have all these now ideas of titles where we can go, the direction we can go in. We also have call to action. So what's your primary CTA? Do you want to drive people down a specific funnel, or do you want to be more broad? My experience is better to be very specific. Just one call to action, one thing, one offer, just one thing at a time. I think that area of like having a whole shop and like all these different things, that shit is too confusing, because then you're not known for a specific thing. And I think what you want to do with a personal brand, I'm not an expert. I'm just applying my knowledge of systems, my mistakes from the past, and I'm integrating this now into here. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, having too many offers confuses the shit out of someone. Keep it simple. Who are you? What do you want? What do you want to be known for? And what do you want to give someone? What is the gift that you can give someone that is properly executable by you? All right, and you're not making it up. You're not full of shit. That's where I am with this. And then it gave me offer paths, so different like offers that I can think about and can play with. And again, this is not set in stone. But then here too, this is also what I wanted to highlight as well, what the brand is not. So it's not just, EFT only, AI only, trading only, productivity only. It's supposed to be a personal brand, a purpose-driven personal brand. That's the whole purpose of my personal brand, purpose-driven. I want to invest in people's purpose in the future. And that means giving them the systems, giving them the emotional support, because it's fucking hard to do this on your own, and also invest in them financially for royalties and equity. But I don't know how long in the future that is. But if I get there, God willing, that's what I want to do. That's my true north. That's my final destination. Helping people investing in their purpose, their brands, and everything so that they can succeed and go very far, much farther than I ever could. Brand voice, this is a rough outline. It still needs more refinement, but it's just a starting point. Then we have the platform asset pack. And what this does is it basically takes from this database that I created all of these social media sites and basically the units of like the assets that you can actually put up there. So let's say if X, I don't know if this is true or not, so I have to verify this, but if let's say the bio can be 160 characters or longer, I want to make sure that I have a bio that is 160 characters. So we have the platform Blue Sky. So if you're on Blue Sky, based on everything that you said about your brand, Notion AI or even ChatGPT or any other AI tool will give you your generated copy. So this will be the copy that you would put into your bio. Clear the box, build the structure, live your purpose. Same thing for Discord, Facebook, Instagram, all the social media platforms, LinkedIn, Mastodon, whatever. And you can decide. If you don't like it, okay, then you refine it. You say, okay, no, we need to do this. We need to, make these adjustments here. So you have that flexibility. It's not set in stone, but it gives you that initial, okay, let's just get out version 1 and not waste time. Let's get out version 1, not waste time, because I know that's a thing that I did. Trying to be perfect slowed me the fuck down, and you just got to get it out there. That's why I post. That's why I just post, even if it's embarrassing, even if it's incoherent. That's why I'm just posting. Same thing with TikTok. We just want to put it out there. We just want to put everything out there as quickly as possible. Get feedback, iterate on that feedback. Okay? I want to iterate on that feedback. So for YouTube, platform I'm on, clear the blocks, build the structure, live your purpose. Again, probably better if you also have the same thing just overlapping across all the platforms so that it's just really clear. It just has to be really clear, and it has to be able to dictate and speak to your cohort's language, okay? Same thing with the website, don't abandon your purpose. So it generated all this stuff. It generated brand decision rules, layer 1 alignment scan, what are my interests? Again, it gets back to all these things from layer 1 of the entire brand operating system. Then we have here the final brand lock. So this is one part that I really like. And it basically just consolidates everything so that you're clear on it, I'm clear on it, we're clear on it. Everyone has to be clear on that. So when a stranger comes onto your profile, they're going to see and they're going to know. So this is what it came up with, right? The 5th grader explanation, I help you stop getting stuck and keep building what you're meant to build. Final snap statement, clear the blocks, build the structure, keep going, whatever. It's a refinement over time. This is V1, but we're just putting it out there. And this is the checklist, right? So this has to be in a to-do format. And I'm hesitant. I'm doing this manually because I'm very hesitant for Notion AI to do it, because sometimes it just makes it worse and it gives me something that I did not want at all, which makes it more complicated. So let me just update this here. And now at the end of it, when you get all the way down here, you've got your checklist. I think for sure, at the very bare minimum, always have a YouTube channel, always have an email list and a website. Those 2 are like the most important from what I've learned, because everything else is a social media site. So all your content just gets pushed to the bottom. Whereas if you create an evergreen piece of content on YouTube, it will surface and still be played and watchable 8, 10 years, 15 years down the road. So you want something like a YouTube channel to be search friendly. You want a blog. You want to be able to rank, especially for AI now. Everything else you can just leave for later. or you can not, you know? So it's up to you. But that's what I worked on. That's what we shipped today. And now I have a lot more clarity on my brand message. Next step would be to make sure that all the text, the front-facing text for the current social media sites that I have and YouTube reflects the overall umbrella, because now the next step, create a playlist, start creating playlists, which are the buckets, and then create individual pieces of content evergreen that go into those buckets, and then create the shorts as front-facing discovery. Create clips using Opus Pro or Wondershare Filmora or any other tool that basically generates clips for the shorts. Put that out there, test it out, or even create tailored shorts. And these are templates that I have. So this is the SOT for the brand hub, the brand compass, now done. And that is done. Let's lock this page up. Let's go here. And let's create a new save point. Okay. And now, okay, this wraps up today's deep work session. What we did today was you're going to answer the prompt for what shipped text property, period. You're going to map every single number list to the appropriate text properties in the blank properties, period. What we did today was we finalized that brand compass template, which basically gives a user an area to write out all their ideas, and then for their brand. And then basically we have now a section where they get an output, a section D output that basically generates all their front-facing assets so they can just quickly get everything set up, period. This is what we did today. And we finished the brand compass. All right. Now, cool. Okay, that's done. All right, that's done too. That's done too. That's done too. Whew. Okay, accurate effective. Okay, done. Now let's edit. Let's create a thumbnail. Okay, let's zoom this in. God damn it. I cannot do that. Cool. Done. All right, let's finish this up. Let's edit this video, put it out there. That's my proof of work. Oh, I'm gonna have to delete some of these. That is gonna go inside of. Right. All right, so that was already uploaded. 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 Okay, now OBS. OBS. Created a brand compass. But for today's deep work session. For today's deep work session, I created and finalized a brand compass template. And what I mean by that is we have now this brand template, which is designed to basically take your input, my input, and basically generate a series of questions, examples, and an answer for the user. Then we have another section that takes basically raw brand notes and what they want their personal brand to be. And then it outputs a very clean section D, which has been generated with AI. So the way that I did it and the way that I set this up was, to go all the way to the table of contents, is for the brand operating system that I've created. So I've been working on a brand operating system, which is here. And basically it has three essential layers. The first layer is about the user's interest. The second layer is about the brand kit, brand hub, brand assumptions, and also the voice. How should the brand sound? Because by the time we get to the third layer, what I did was I incorporated principles from Gary Vaynerchuk's day trading intention. And basically what I did was I used that understanding of what is a cohort, and I created a database specifically for cohorts for whoever I'm trying to get my message across to. Then I also have a PAC database, which is platforms and culture, although I think Gary now calls it platform algorithm and culture. And basically the idea behind that is to catalog all the social media websites, their creative units, their discovery surfaces, what's the culture like who's basically on the platform. Okay, so you kind of get an understanding of who's on there and what kind of content you should expect to see from there. And then also the constraints from there. And then also here, most importantly, which I created today, was the front-facing profile assets. And the reason why is because when we get to the third layer, we get to the actual stage of creating content at scale. The content should not be scattered. The brand message should be focused, because if you have a focused brand message, you're not going to waste your time creating content that no one wants to watch. This is a mistake that I made before in 2012 to 2017. When I created content, I was creating expect to see from there. And then also the constraints from there. And then also here, most importantly, which I created today, was the front-facing profile assets. And the reason why is because when we get to the third layer, when we get to the actual stage of creating content at scale, the content should not be scattered. The brand message should be focused. Because if you have a focus brand-wise, because when we get to the third layer, when we get to the actual stage of creating content at scale, the content should not be scattered. The brand message should be focused. Because if you have a focused brand message, you're not going to waste your time creating content that no one wants to watch. This is a mistake that I made before in 2012 to 2017. When I created content, I was creating vlog-like videos because I was inspired by Casey Neistat. But I'm not Casey Neistat, and that got me nowhere. I did a few videos, I got discouraged, and then that's it. In 2017 to 2020, I was super targeted to a niche, but then I wasn't happy with that because I was boxed in to that one niche. And the people that originally subscribed when I started to change the content format wasn't in coherence with what they originally subscribed for, so it wasn't a match. And I would ultimately leave that channel too. Now at this stage, I know my umbrella. I know the overall trajectory is to help people fulfill their dharma, fulfill their purpose in life. And the way that I do that is by investing into their purpose, whether it's through emotional principle concepts like tapping or whatever. It's giving them a brand operating system, an actual operating system, a lightweight operating system, not a true operating system, but something where they can follow and work procedures and actually like get real clarity and structure to shape their message. Especially as from what I've researched, personal brands. I mean, more and more people are going to come onto these platforms or whatever. And I think that will be like the norm for building an online business. So got to adapt to it. But either which way, what I did was I created this compass to help me get super clear on my message. Because by the time I fill this out, you can see the questions that I filled out for today. These are a whole bunch of questions. These are the examples. These are the answers. I used ChatGPT and I basically said, this is kind of what I want to say. ChatGPT gave me the output so it's more clean, but you can do this on your own. Anyone can write this in on their own. Then over here, when I get to the raw brand notes, I have an example listed from that template, which I created over here. And then I just wrote down, I dictated to ChatGPT what I wanted, and then it gave me this. And then we have the prompt that I needed the agent to execute. So Notion AI executed this prompt. Then we have an about section. So that way the agent can understand and have context, because the memory of Notion AI and ChatGPT is not good. It doesn't have long-term memory. So it'll quickly forget, especially if you're doing very in-depth, meaty things like this. But either way, we now get to section C. We have the brand compass output structure, and the whole purpose of this section is to have micro prompts that the agent follows to then output a section D. And here's what's the cool part now about this compass. Section D is all the front-facing assets that I'm going to need, that anyone is going to need to basically put up on their profiles or their YouTube channels or their websites. So it's the front-facing text, it's the front-facing information, and it's the front-facing content that's top of funnel, so that when a user sees you, so when anyone that's from your tribe sees who you are in 10 seconds or less, they get it. They understand, because you have made the language so easy for them. So easy for them to understand what you're doing that they can now decide, okay, do I want to go subscribe or follow this person or not? Do I want to go and take action, join the newsletter or not? Do I want to take action on their offer or not? It's very clear. They don't have to search. And I think now, especially with AI, you can put out a whole bunch of content, but that doesn't make it good. That doesn't make it good. And I've been running these little tests to see how it outputs. Notion AI and ChatGPT, or any AI for that matter, I don't think it's going to give you a script in your language unless you put enough context into it. So that's what we did. So the generated output for the brand compass is basically to give you a brand clarity score. You have to understand who you are, what your interests are, what you want to be known for, what you can help people with, what's the outcome that you can absolutely deliver, because we're not in that age where we're trying to be fucking fake and give people something that is not congruent and true to who we are and what we do. If you're in this era, or if you're in the business of like being a solopreneur and you are the business, you are the practice, or you're trying to shape your personal brand so that you do this for the long term. So this is the brand clarity score. And then we have the internal compass, and it pretty much gave me everything that I wanted. What are my objectives for this? Build a trusted media brand, etc. Who's my audience? So it gave me possible cohorts, core problem, core transformation, brand umbrella. And the idea here is we don't want to box ourselves into one specific niche. Great that someone knows you for one specific thing, but then what happens is over time, if you create content in that one direction and then you don't really give yourself enough padding, I should say, or enough context on like who you are, what's going to happen is people that subscribe or people that are interested in your thing, it's only going to be for that thing. It's not going to be you. So if you ever pivot in the future, if let's say something that is in trend right now is not in trend 10 years from now, you're going to have to pivot. Well, are you going to be able to successfully pivot as a personal brand, or do you have to start all over again from scratch? And that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to make sure that this time around, my personal brand reflects an overarching idea, helping people fulfill their purpose. Maybe that's the same thing for you. Maybe you have something different. Fine. Then we move on to the core brand message, external brand messaging. Now this is where it gets good. The external brand messaging has to be able to quickly tell someone that has never interacted with you, never interacted with your content, what the heck your brand is about. So if you don't know what your brand is about, if you don't know how to articulate that to someone in seconds, you're gonna lose them, especially with people's attention span these days, from what I've heard, okay? And then we have like content pillars. Content pillars are basically like, think about buckets. Buckets where, or playlists if you're on YouTube specifically, but buckets basically where you can create content and you put it in that bucket, you put it in that category. So for me, it's inner work, so things like EFT tapping, psychedelics, etc. Another pillar is outer systems. So I'll be documenting all the systems that I built. So I'm building right now at this deep work cycle that I'm in, a brand operating system, and I'm finishing up this deep work cycle in a couple days. I go very far, much farther than I ever could. Brand voice, this is a rough outline. It still needs
just closed out on me.
Come on, man. Expect to see from there, and then also the constraints from there, and then also here most important, your personal brand, so that you do this for the long term. So this is the brand clarity score, and then we have the internal compass, and it pretty much, I don't know how long in the future that is, but if I get there, God willing, that's what I want to do. That's my true north. That's my final destiny. Dictate and speak to your cohort's language. Keep building what you're meant to build. Final snap statement, clear the blocks, build the structure, keep going. Whatever. It's a refinement. Over time, this is V1, but we're just putting it out there. And this is the checklist, right? So this has to be in a to-do format. And I'm hesitant. I'm doing this manually because I'm very hesitant for Notion AI to do it, because sometimes it just makes it worse and it gives me something that I did not want at all, which makes it more complicated. So let me just update this here. I have on YouTube reflects the overall umbrella, because you want to blog, you want to be able to rank, especially for AI now. Everything 10 years, 15 years of content on YouTube, it's like, so all your two are like the most important from what I've learned. At the very bare minimum, always have a YouTube channel, always have a list, start creating playlists, generate clips for the shorts, put that out there, test it out, or even create tailored shorts. And these are templates that I have. So this is the SOT for the brand hub, the brand compass, now done. And that is done. For today's all right, that's it. Just got to now put that up. Put that up there. Make it count. Break.
Okay, now that that's done, let's export it or upload it. For today's deep work session, I created put it out there. All right. So now that that's out there, just wait for it to load. There's some stuff I got to do on the computer, like personal stuff. So deep work, this live stream is almost done, but not done. Almost there. That's the reality. It's a possibility. While that's going, I gotta do some financial stuff, and then we're done.
All right, so that'll wrap up today. So today, what did I accomplish? I got the brand compass thing done. I put out the information I needed to put out. That's all done. That's taken care of. And now posted up the long form piece of content. I did the financial stuff. Now it's time to call it a day.